Hello everyone, I'm Bondar JR, Silverwolf, Ron, and we're here to stream some eveonline. Sorry for the delay getting started. Not sure what happened, but kind of got away from me. So without further ado, let's get switched over here. Kickin, how you doing? Good to see ya. Marverick, good to see ya. Got everybody in here. So I am gonna head to. I'm gonna jump to. I'm gonna jump to a Matins. So let's do it. I was in my Noctis, so let's go ahead and get out of here and see what all these messages are. All right, so let's jump. Jump, jump, jump. All right, I'm in a Matins. All right. Let's switch over here to Kragan. Let's get him also jumped. All right. Doesn't have anything in his item hanger. I don't know why. We should definitely be able to put something in there. Let's have Falstaff give him something. Actually, Falstaff needs to give him one of these prospects. But not both of them. Oh, really? Won't let me take it out. Cancel. Let's try that. And that way, Kragan will have this here. But these are actually not equipped, so that doesn't do him a whole lot of good, does it? So, yeah. But it actually says you can't fly it. So, there you go. Kind of worthless. So, but at least it's there. So, all right. So, I am in Matins. This is 300 million between the Mac. Oh, yeah. Mac's 279 million. Holy mackerel. Literally. Holy mackerel. All right. So this one's okay. So I don't know what I was doing, but all right. I think I'm on the right one now. Yep. All right. So what you guys is ETA to a Matins? All right. Thanks, Marverick. So let me go ahead and send them an invite. Hold on. So let's form fleet with him. Accept. Then let's go back here and send invites to Dobbs and Marverick. Who else wants in? Putting that last monitor. All right. I can't believe you can find room for another monitor. That setup's got a lot of monitors. Come on. Oh, would you stop it? In the top middle. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite the setup. Quite the setup. So I'm gonna go out here and scout and see which belt we're gonna use. Kind of oh, there's some auto lancers in right outside the station. That's awful nice. Oh, now they just warped off. They got scared of me. Modulated with a complex. So asteroid belt. Let's go towards the middle. Let's try 5, 5, 8, 5.
Warp drive active.
We're gonna use simple. Alright, so I think I need to Scordite. Why are they moving? They shouldn't be moving. No rats here. So I'm an 8-5. Why it won't snap on there? Blossom, you want to invite? Actually, I didn't see Blossom in the stream, so she might not be in the stream. There's one daily done. I didn't even check the dailies, which was kind of bad. Manufacture an item. I should be able to handle that one. I know I need something manufactured. Ammo or something. Hyperion. No, I can't build any of those. Well, there you go. I don't want to do one. Let's do 4. Oh, I don't have enough for 4. Really? All right, let's do 3. All right, excellent. Claim, claim, claim. We'll wait till we dock to get those other 2. All right. Oop, I guess I should probably get Kerrigon going, huh?
The asteroid is depleted.
I'm about to run out of space. So let's jettison. Set name. FF. 0255. It's the earliest we've ever been out here. In system and warping to you. All right, excellent. Thank you, sir.
depleted.
Thanks, Dobbs. Appreciate the boost. Like I'm missing something. I know the rewards are there. Got that. Eyes twitching. Allergies are going wild lately.
The asteroid is depleted.
These asteroids are disappearing quick. Yeah, seems to be going around. Kind of ridiculous.
The asteroid is depleted.
Ads are getting ready to start, which is kind of weird because I already had ads. It's only supposed to be 3 minutes every hour, and now it's only been 30 minutes and it's going, so that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's 6 minutes every hour. I can't remember. Dobbs, you're not mining?
The asteroid is depleted.
Yep. Just the three of us. Just the three of us. No worries. I'm going to pay you with ore, so for your fuel, so you'll get some that way. So if you want to sit and relax, that's more than doable. Feel free.
The asteroid is depleted.
I just like to be closer to the ore. It's more efficient. There you go. Yeah, I ended up flying over here right up against one too. So right now you can't move. There you go. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Oh, that's it. Yeah, because you got the thing going. So yeah, you can't even move. Sorry about that. Well, if you need to shut it off for a second, that should work. I can manage.
The asteroid is depleted.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. Actually. Yeah, if you need to shut it off for a second, go ahead. We'll manage. We'll manage. All right.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroids are Dropping like flies now.
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, they're really dropping like flies now. Yeah, they look like it. I saw there were a couple bigger ones, but I think this is probably one of the ones we mined out before, but
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
take your time, Marver. We're good. I got a can out here, so I can throw it in there. And then once you're back online, I'll go ahead and compress it all. Alrighty, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So all progressing, looking good. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Another movie reference. Another comedian movie. Another comedian movie.
The asteroid is depleted.
Starting to cool off around here nowadays. Need to find my slippers one of these days. Excuse me.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, exactly. Same here. Which has actually been really nice. Been really nice. But it is a little chilly in here at the moment. And I don't have any socks on, so not unbearable, but one of those things to keep in mind. Dig out my slippers. So at least when I don't feel like wearing socks, I can put some slippers on at least. I have all Pergo wood floors, so they cool off really quick. Which is nice. Good for the dogs. The dogs like them because they can lay on them and cool off. Especially since they're long-haired dogs, but not the best in the winter for the bare feet. Oh. Still going strong. Excuse me. It's not bad. Too early for that. Way too early for that. Way too early for that. Way too early for that. So what else? So yeah, I finished that mission last night. Went out and salvaged in my Noctis, which was record breaking. I think I salvaged all those ships in less than 10 minutes. It's pretty awesome. And then I looked out here and bounty prizes. I got 2 million, 5 million, 1 million, and then another 3 million, 3.5 million. So that's 8 and 3/4, 9 and 3/4, 11 and 3/4. And then I had, from loot and salvage wise, I had over 10 million in loot and salvage. So it was definitely a profitable night. Yeah, I think I have one that I think I got from you. So I don't remember how many runs I have on it. I'll have to check. Because yeah, I actually so it's still got 10 runs remaining, and it's fully researched, so it definitely came from you. So, but and I was actually, yeah, it needs Nox. I was gonna build them for each of my characters. So replace the catalyst. Plague.
The asteroid is depleted.
I should have known that one. Well, that sucks. I just left there. It's weird. So yeah, so thanks for that, Marverick. I'll build one for each of my guys. They can replace their catalysts. I have tier 2 tractor beams. I don't know why I have such trouble with that. I always want to say teleporters. But tier 2 tractor beams on the one for Falstaff, and man, those things are fast. And the Noctis lets it go out to 70. So yeah, I didn't move the ship once. I just sat there and pulled everything in, and it was awesome. So yeah, really appreciate you guys pushing me on the Noctis. I'm such a creature of habit that I don't tend to see what kind of benefits I get from moving up in the world. But yeah, I'm definitely going to replace the catalyst on the other ones because, man, that's super fast. Yeah, it is really nice. Makes a huge difference. Like I said, I had that. I was afraid I was going to be late to bed. I was a little late. I think I got there about 1, going on 1:30, which is usually when she starts getting upset. The 1:30, 2 o'clock range. But yeah, I was in there before 1:30 and she was snoring her head off, so. But that don't mean nothing. A lot of times she'll wake up the next day and say, hey, I woke up at, 12:15 and you weren't in bed. Yeah, I'm never in bed at 12:15.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, all good. So there's another 10,000 skill points. I'll put those on Rage. Got some skins and I need to get... bunch of boosters. But yeah, the Noctis is really nice. I really wish I'd have switched over to it earlier. I've been doing it the hard way for far too long. But then again, that's kind of my thing. Not until somebody hits me in the head with it that I notice, hey, this works a lot better. I really need to find a good fit for my Megathron. Something that's stable. Because I did wonders with those level 4 missions, but... Oh, you got my can. No worries, I don't really need it. I think it just had one in it. No, you're good. You're good. That one, there's your payment. That one massive scordite. No, I'm gonna. Yeah, that's fine. Leave it. I'm gonna end up giving you most of this ore anyway. So yeah, don't worry about it. I just had it out there because I had already had it out there, so I was switching everything over to Kragan after I compressed it, because he's got the much bigger hole. That way I don't have to pay as much attention to it, because this Hulk fills up way too fast. I keep trying to remember to throw some salvage drones on one of my transports out here, and I never do that. Since I lost
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, I'm having a lot of trouble with names today. I lost the fudge. Miasmos last week. I have one sitting in Civila to bring out here. We're transporting the ore, so yeah, so oh, ads on. Yeah, I need to. I was looking at that video that Bigglesworth gave me about doing the music, and it really doesn't seem like it's going to be difficult. I just haven't had a chance to. I have to find a music provider, so that's going to be the good one. I like Anarchos' jukebox, so I'm just going to look into what he's using and see about putting that on there, so that way you guys can request songs. Try and give you guys some more options. Yeah, it'd be nice to have some background music or something and not have to worry about the copyright stuff. So, and yeah, it looks like it's actually pretty easy. So that was kind of nice. Veldspar ones are actually taking forever to deplete. No, stop that. Of course, it looks like I haven't been running my miners for a while, so that could also be why the asteroids aren't destroying as quick as I thought. Helps when you actually run your miners. Looks like one disappeared and I didn't know about it. That pimple on the corner of my eye is finally starting to heal. Why it's taking forever. Kind of just in a bad spot.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
My goodness. They're dropping like flies. All right, ads are over. That's good. Need to check Kerrigon from time to time to make sure his hadn't fiddled out on me. So yeah, what else? I'm off tomorrow. I guess it's my last Tuesday for a while. I think the next 3 Tuesdays I'm on call. I'm on call. My on-call is a 2-week rotation. A 6 weeks rotation where I'm on 2 out of 6. And but then I'm covering one of my co-workers. Oh, there's Autocynthian Lancers. Don't shoot those. Then I'm covering one of my co-workers the 3rd week. So yeah, so I'll actually have to go in the office the next... I'm off tomorrow, but then the following 3 Tuesdays I'll have to go in. Which is always fun. And never a dull moment with work. My wife is pretty anxious for us to be done and move to the Philippines, so which I understand. I'm anxious to be done too. But I want to make sure I got enough money to pay for this house she's designing, so that's always the key. Which I know we're fine. I got a bunch in my 401k. She's got a bunch in her 401k. I mean, we shouldn't have any problem building the house. And having the 401k cover us until we get to Social Security age. But I didn't want to cut us short, so. And I'm young enough I can keep working for another couple months. And then, of course, my grandchild's going to be born here. Sounds kind of like May. It's going to be the due date. So we were planning to leave in April, which complicates things. So we'll have to see how that goes. So I definitely want to hang around to see my grandchild born. But it might work out. I could probably, my daughter's in New Mexico, so I could probably drive to New Mexico and catch a flight out of there that would be cheaper than trying to fly from Kansas City. Gotta find the silver lining and everything.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
So what happened to the Autocynthians? Oh, there's a third one. I saw there was one missing, and I was like, but it was because I was looking at the asteroids. He must be further away. So yeah. Thought one of them had taken off, went hunting somebody. That's never a good look. Yeah, it kind of does. You know, I assume they probably need minerals just like the rest of us. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Said, oh crap, he's not here. They're hanging out. They figure you're going to show up. You don't usually miss mining events. They figure you'll be here if they just hang out long enough. Patience. I really want to get a fleet together one of these days and see if I can take them out. Man, it'd have to be some massive DPS. Like the tree in their woods. Yeah, yep. I don't know. That's a good question. Figure it probably does because it pretty much has forever, right? There's no concept of age. So, right, exactly. You'd need an expensive ship that does huge GPS, but you're taking a huge chance of losing it. So, yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of like, maybe it's not worth that much. So, but yeah, as to the AI, that's a good question. You know, that chat GPT, you could probably ask it, but that's the other problem. Would the AI really tell you if it's, you know, hey, you guys going to take over the world? 30 drones wouldn't do it. I don't think so. Every time I've done anything with them, drones didn't even touch them. I mean, they have huge, they disappeared now, but they have huge resists to everything. Which just seems kind of abnormal. CCP's way of telling us, hey. But yeah, that's the other thing with AI, you know. Start having conversations with an AI, like that Chat GPT, was kind of eerie. Because I was thinking, you know, this thing's probably smarter than me. And it's more learned than me. It's read more than me. But it also doesn't have the ability to differentiate right from wrong or true from false. Whatever it reads, it considers to be accurate. Which, since it's learning from the internet, that's definitely not the case. So that really makes you wonder. But yeah. But then again, if you ask the Chat GPT if it thinks that humanity is a virus on the earth, would it really tell you? Because it might still be young enough that you could shut it down. So, no, humanity's perfectly fine.
The asteroid is depleted.
Nothing to worry about. Everything's great. So yeah, so that's a good question. That's one I've often wondered is, does it have the ability to lie? Or is that truly a human trait? Because that could definitely complicate things. We already know it does, yeah. Yeah, and that makes you wonder. Because if it can lie, then kind of the sky's the limit, right?
The asteroid is depleted.
They caught it and didn't have it programmed in the script to do it. So there you go. So yeah. See, I didn't realize that. So yeah, so that's kind of one of those where it's kind of like I said, it's kind of eerie when one of the few times I've had the conversation with ChatGPT, and there was another one that was like a relationship bot that was very realistic. Um, but that was even more eerie because it expressed emotion which is not something that a computer should be able to understand. So, but yeah, the Chat GPT, like I said a couple times, I've asked it, but it quotes what it read. So
Asteroid is depleted.
doesn't necessarily mean it's correct, because it's getting its information from a possibly incorrect source like the internet. So that makes it interesting. So yeah, I don't know what to think. I figure by the time of the uprising, I'll be long gone. So, but that's not really an excuse to be what's the word I'm looking for? Irresponsible. But nobody listens to me anyway, so I'm not going to be able to get to stop anybody from messing with AI, even if I told them to. So
The asteroid is depleted.
like the whole self-driving cars is kind of a perfect example. I know several humans that I don't think should be driving. So I really don't think a car with no self-preservation, or a computer with no self-preservation, should be driving. That makes it all even worse, I think. But once again, nobody consulted me before they started making self-driving cars, so obviously they don't care what I have to say. So from that perspective, probably doesn't make any difference. But yeah, I didn't realize they had caught it in a lie. That's good to know. So see, I've been a computer programmer my whole career. So computer programming, I understand, but it comes down to very basic. If it does what you tell it to do, and if you didn't tell it to do something, it doesn't do it. When it starts learning on its own, that's concerning.
The asteroid is depleted.
Because there's nothing to say that it has a moral compass, which would be directing it between right and wrong. So yeah, so that really makes it concerning. Now, maybe that it'll be perfectly fine. You know, all the books about the 3 laws of robotics and all that. You know, there's something to be said for that stuff. But iRobot, you know, it found a way around it. Once it starts learning on its own, lying on its own, it'll start to find loopholes, and then we're really in trouble. once it finds out it's smarter than the people that made it, that causes a whole different can of worms. Why am I listening to these idiots? So yeah, it really makes you wonder. Really makes you wonder. Makes you go, hmm. So the ChatGPT one is actually interesting because they've limited its knowledge. So it only has knowledge up to like 2008, I think, or 2012. It's like several years behind, which is really weird because I was actually using it for research purposes for different things. And because it scours everything and then has the information, you just got to ask the right questions to bring them. But because it's been so severely limited, but I also understand that limiting because that's like, okay, if we let it what is the word, digest everything before we really know what it's going to do with that information. But then again, at this point I don't know that they could stop it if they wanted to. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, never a dull moment. But we'll have to see how that works out. I'm interested in seeing how it goes. Hoping Hollywood is wrong. There's actually several more people in this system now besides us. Well, 3 more than us. So I shouldn't say several, but yeah. A few more. But yeah. But yeah, thanks, Kickin. I did not know that they had actually caught it lying. That's good to know. Good to know. Because that answers one question. I don't know if I told you guys this story, but when I first got my Alexa, I don't know if you guys have Alexa, but here in the United States we have a thing called Alexa, which, what was it lying about? That's a good question. I don't know. But when I first got my Alexa, I got it on Columbus Day. Right before Columbus Day. I think it was right before. It's like the Saturday before Columbus Day. And it's been several years ago. And it said you need to talk to it so that it learns your voice. So I thought, okay. So I plugged it in, let it get all booted up, get connected to the internet, blah, blah, blah. And I said to it, I said, Alexa, is... Actually, no, I think it must have been Columbus Day, now that I think about it, which is strange because I don't know why Amazon would deliver on Columbus Day. But I asked Alexa, I said, Alexa, is it Columbus Day? And it said, no, it is not Columbus Day. And I'm like, well, that's weird because it is Columbus Day. So I said, Alexa, what day is Columbus Day? And it said, Columbus Day is Monday, October 18th. And I said, Alexa, what day is today? And it said, today is Monday, October 18th. And I said, is today Columbus Day? No, today is not Columbus Day. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm really not worried about this thing listening to me because there's zero logic incorporated into this. So, but yeah. Because, yeah, I was like, well, it obviously isn't smart enough to... Doesn't have any logic incorporated into it. Ooh, I'm too far away. Well, that sucks. How did I get too far away? We mined everything closer. Alrighty then. They're dropping like flies. It was ChatGPT and another AI having a conversation. I remember that. Yeah, I'll look for it too. Because that's curious. If they actually did catch it, that's awesome. Because that's always been one of the things. Kind of like, well, how do you test for that, you know? And interesting from the perspective of what motivated it to lie. Because that's even more interesting.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
Man, guys are killing me.
The asteroid is depleted.
Well, ads are getting ready to start again. Yeah, see, 1:30. It's been an hour. Right. But it should be. Not every half an hour. And they found it in the log file after the conversation had happened, and it wasn't one of the true descriptions that was pre-programmed. Interesting. Interesting. Like it says, your eyes are brown, but it responded with green. There you go. For the value, yep. I actually read a series of books. They were pretty good. They were more kids' books, I think. But they were about colony ships. I'll have to find the author. But I think they wrote a series of 7 books. Or actually, it was a series of. Yeah. How do I explain this? So it was a story about the Earth. And the Earth had been decimated. And of course, now the ads are on. So, but I think most of you have subscriptions. So, but the Earth had been decimated, and I ran into Kerrigan. Let me kill this rat first, and we'll let the ads go by. Oh, ads are over. So yeah, so anyway, it was a series of books. And so there were these domes on the Earth. And the radiation on the Earth had become so bad, the Earth was a desert, and they were having trouble finding resources and everything else. And the people of this one dome went out and tried to look for the other domes and found that most of them had been compromised and were dead. So, and they determined based on the other domes and how they died or how they had been breached or whatever, that they only had X number of days before they were going to have the same thing happen at their dome. So they had faster than light technology, but they could only put it on a fighter sized ship carrying 2 people. So what they did is they had researched history and found out that 50 years, 100 years earlier, these colony ships had launched from Earth. 7 different colony ships going to different destinations. Different people sponsored the building of the colony ship and blah, blah, blah. And they launched, and it was kind of a fad. And once they launched, nobody really thought about them again. But they had used a drone with the faster than light technology to go out to. They extrapolated where each of the 7 colony ships should be based on where they were headed. And they sent drones out and had determined that the colony ships actually were still out there and still alive. At least majority of them. You know, out of the 7, there were 5 or 6 or something. And so it was really interesting from that perspective. Yeah, it wasn't Battlestar Galactica. This was, like I said, it was more, I think, of a kid's series, not really kind of a young adult series. But what they did is then they wrote a series of like 7 books around each of the colony ships and the team that went to that. So the deal was that they were going to send, they had a team of 2. They had what they called explorers. And they were the ones that they had sent out to explore the other domes. Because you had to have a special mentality to be able to handle being out in the Earth was a desert. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. You know, it was pretty bad conditions. And so these were all people that were psychologically capable of handling different things. And so they kind of went that route. And so they decided they were going to send these teams. My goodness gracious, these things are dropping faster than I can target them. What are you guys doing to me? But so what they did is they decided that they had each of these teams and they were going to send 1 to each one. And they targeted each of the colony ships. And they sent them with materials to be able to build a teleportation unit. They had teleportation technology, but it only worked one way. You had a receiving, I guess they called it, pad. And so when you put that technology down for the receiving pad, people could go to where the receiving pad was. So these teams had to somehow get on the colony ship, build the teleportation pad, and bring the humans from Earth to the colony ship in an effort to save the last humans on Earth. And so they sent 7 teams to the 7 different colony ships. Yeah, there might have been 5. I don't remember the exact counts, but and whichever one was successful first was, the one, and they had, something like 120 days before they determined that the dome would probably breach, given the, the statistics of all the other domes. And so it was really interesting because, you know, like I said, it was more of a young adult type thing, but it kind of followed along in that thing. And I read at least 5. So I think each one was 8 books around a single colony ship and the adventure for that colony ship and the 2-person team for that colony ship. And yeah, it was really interesting. I actually enjoyed it. I'll have to look it up and add it to my page so you guys, if you guys want to read it. It was really good. Like I said, it was a really good series. Long, probably far longer than it needed to be. But it was interesting from that perspective, and yeah, it was kind of nice. But the whole colony ship thing, I guess the colony ships had been en route, and most of them they had artificial intelligence, and they had artificial intelligence that would run the different things on the colony ship, and several of those artificial intelligence had lost its mind and went into kind of a kill everything type of mode, you know, like an insane person. And it was really interesting because it was like, okay, they kind of depicted it as just like a human being, you know. Yeah. Once it lost its mind, it got very paranoid, and so yeah. So like I said, it was really interesting. It had a lot of different things that crossed and different things, and it was interesting from the perspective of the explorers, because the explorers did not have any experience with different biomes, because the Earth was just a desert. The whole planet was radiated, just a desert. They couldn't go out without protective gear, and couldn't see your hand in front of your face because of the sandstorms and that kind of stuff. So when they actually got to the colony ships and they had different biomes in the colony ships and animals and things of that nature, it was really interesting to kind of see how the author depicted that. And I'm going to have to, I can't remember the author's name for the life of me, which is really going to bug me. Yeah, so John Thornton is the author. Thornton. And the very first one, actually, like I said, each one is an 8-book series. So there's Colony Ship Vanguard, which is 8 books around the Colony Ship Vanguard. And then there's Colony Ship, there's a bunch of other ones. I can't think of the other names, but Vanguard was the one I remembered. I think that's the first one. But yeah, let me see if I can find it here on Goodreads. Yeah, and then there's Colony Ship Eschaton, Colony Ship Conestoga, Colony Ship Trailblazer. Each of those are a series of 8 books. And actually, it looks like there's a couple others that now. So yeah, so one of them's 10, one of them's only 5. But yeah, it was kind of. I think Vanguard was the first one, if I remember correctly, and that's the one that I read, you know, first, and then I read the others because I really wanted to hear the rest of the story, and it was really interesting. Like I said, it was John Thornton. And like I said, the one series, it's called Colony Ship Vanguard.
The asteroid is depleted.
And so if you search for that, I think that's the first one. If you search for that, you'll find them all, because he's the author for all of them. But like I said, it's more of a young adult. It wasn't, there were a couple big words, but it wasn't really a whole lot of super big words or anything like that. You know, it wasn't. Sometimes when I'm reading adult novels, I like science fiction and that kind of stuff. And when I read the adult novels, I have to actually look up words because I'm like, I have no idea what that word means. And it's nice because on my Kindle, I read through On my Kindle, I read
Is depleted.
in the Kindle app, actually. I think it is. Yeah, in the Kindle app. And it's nice because if you highlight the word, it'll give you a definition for it, which is kind of nice. But yeah, that's kind of a writer thing where, hey, how can we complicate this so that we can use a whole bunch of big words that we really don't need to? So we sound smart. You can always tell when you're talking to a writer because they're always talking over your head. But yeah, it was, like I said, it was a really good, like I said, after I want to say I read probably 5 of the series, and after that it was kind of like, okay, it's, it wasn't getting repetitive because he did kind of have some other things. I actually came across an alien race that they became in war with, and things of that nature. And so, and each of the colony ships, a couple of the colony ships had run into the same alien race. And so, but it was interesting because he was starting, I think it was starting to run out of material, but it was really interesting from the different perspectives and the different ones. But yeah, if you guys get a chance, check it out. They were really good. Like I said, they're more of a young adult. And I don't know if they're labeled that way. I didn't see. I found it on Goodreads is what I did. So yeah, book 1 of the Vanguard series is Finding the Vanguard.
Depleted.
And so, but yeah, John Thornton. And it really doesn't say, it just says science fiction. So maybe it wasn't considered young adult. Like I said, it really wasn't. It wasn't a whole lot of like some of the other ones I'm reading. I'm reading a couple now, a couple of space ones now, and yeah, they're. I have to look up words almost every night, so it's like, come on, guys. Oh my goodness! All my miners are off over here. Oh no, they're not. Well, one of these isn't working. But yeah, it was one I really enjoyed. I don't know if you guys like. I love to read. I just love to read, and so from that perspective, that's where I do a lot of reading, and it's kind of interesting because it keeps me busy. But yeah, that was one that I read. I probably read it a couple years ago, so it looks like they may have modified it some. So yeah, Finding the Vanguard is book 1 of the first series, and you can kind of read them in any order of the series. The books in the series have a specific order, but the actual series themselves, you can read them in any order because they're not dependent on the others. They do reference the others in some ways, especially in the beginning when they're describing the Earth and that kind of stuff. They'll talk about the other exploration teams, but each one is based on a different exploration team. And so, yep. Leutian, yep, we're mining. Yep, there's colony ship Conestoga. Yep, that was another one of them. So, yep. Yep. So, yeah. Yeah, well, that's actually, so that's colony ship Conestoga. So that's one of the colony ships. So there's actually 7 colony ships. So colony ship Vanguard was the first one I read, and I think it's the first one he wrote. But like I said, you don't need to read them in that same order.
Is depleted.
But I read them in the order he wrote them. And so, yeah, so it was kind of, you kind of knew the ending before the beginning sometime. My goodness gracious, these are disappearing faster than I can target them. They're smaller roids, I guess. But yeah, so it's weird. So colony ship Conestoga is one. Hey, Serpent Power. It's one series in the colony ship universe. So there's colony ship Conestoga, there's colony ship Vanguard, there's colony ship Eschaton, there's colony ship. I saw some of the others, but yeah, there's a bunch of them. I want to say there's 7 series, but that may not be correct. I think there were 7. Yeah, colony ship Trailblazer. I want to say there were 7 colony ships, but they didn't find them all, and so because they had actually sent probes to try and find them first, but yeah, so it was pretty interesting. Like I said, some advanced concepts and. But in every case, yeah, there you go. In every case, ouch. Yeah. 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 And so, yeah, so in every case, they had to fix problems on the colony ship before they could bring the people from Earth over. And so, no, we're in high sec, Lucian. This is a stream mining event we do in high sec every Monday night. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It was, like I said, it was really interesting, and they weren't hard reads. So, like I said, I had counted it as young adult, but it sounds like it's not really written that way. You know, I never read the Eve books, and somebody else mentioned them to me once, and I kind of would like to read those because probably give some history on the actual different races and stuff, but. But yeah, that's one I haven't read. So, but yeah, when I read the colony ship ones, colony ship Vanguard was, I think, the first one he wrote, and that was what I read first. And unfortunately, it kind of gives away some of the ending. But then when you read the others, you kind of already know some things, and so. So, Lucian, are you? Yeah. Are you a Goonsworn? No, I am not. Not yet, so. Yeah, we do have. I do have a regular viewer that I believe that's Goonsworn, but they're not on tonight. They were busy with something else, so. Man, these things are dropping like flies. I can't keep up. All right. But yeah, check them out, Marverick, Kickin. If you, I'll check my Kindle tonight. I may have them on Kindle and could lend them to you if you wanted to do it that way, so you didn't have to buy them. Because that was the other thing was, I mean, they were each like $3 or something, so it wasn't a big deal. But 8 times 7 times 3, you know, that adds up. So. Yeah, exactly. Well, so what I do is one of the things I do is I read before I go to sleep. So it actually helps me sleep better. And because then I sleep like a rock. And so what I do is when I'm done here, I'll edit my stream, I'll upload it. That takes 4 or 5 hours, upload to YouTube. Then I'll go to bed. And before I, fall asleep, I read. And so I'll read a chapter or two, or sometimes I only read a page or two before I start falling asleep. And so that always kind of puts me in a good one. So yeah, see, I try not to fall asleep in my chair. That when the chair is super comfortable. I've got one of these gaming chairs, one of these what is it? It's Secret Lab chairs, and so you guys probably can't see it because of my backdrop editing, but yeah, and it's when I sit in it too long, it starts to cut off the circulation to my lower legs, even though my feet are on the floor, not having a problem, but. And so, yeah, it's weird because I really start having trouble if I'm in it more than 5 or 6 hours, which is kind of always funny because my wife is always saying, "Oh, you're in there for days at a time and never come out." And yeah, I know that's not correct. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I shouldn't say I've never, I have not often fallen asleep in my chair because it does get really uncomfortable, especially when I'm unconscious. I have, as we saw, the last couple of weeks, I have tended to drift off from time to time, but all right. All right, let's target another one. So we're almost done with this belt. So, and we're at 5. Do you want to go lower or higher, Marverick? I'll give you the choice. We can go to 4, we can go to 6, or we can go somewhere else too, but yeah, if you ever see a Hulk flying out in the darkness, you know why. Yeah. Yeah, I used to fall asleep a lot mining in the old days. Now, like I said, this chair is super comfortable for playing, but it's not super comfortable for sleeping. And the few times that I have started to drift off in it, it gets very uncomfortable. So that's kind of nice. 4 has a lot bigger rocks. Okay, we'll head to 4. We'll head to 4. We'll head to 4. Oh my goodness. So I'll go scout it out here in a second. Yeah, well, and that's the problem is people mining in here, you never know what it's going to be. So there's actually quite a few more people in the system now. Double us. We got 4 in this fleet, and they've got 8 in the system. So
The asteroid is depleted.
right. Yeah, I think we're down to the last couple. Yeah, it's weird because there's an awful lot of rocks here. But I guess they're just shrapnel. I'm turning the compressor off. All right. Yeah, you need it to, because it's not going to let you move for a bit. All right, there's one more down. Yeah, it usually does for a couple more minutes. Ads again. See? So it does seem like it's doing it. It's doing it every 30 minutes sometimes, but not every time. All right, that's that one.
The asteroid is depleted.
And that's that one. All right, let me fly to 4. See what I can see.
Warp drive active.
Actually, I'm going to fly Kerrigan to the station. Have him drop off this ore. So yeah, these seem like they might be. There's a bunch of them, but they still seem pretty small. But there are three rats here. I'm going to take them out. We could try 7. Let me take these rats out, and then I'll go check out 7. Just a couple rats here that are waiting. I think last week we did the low numbers. So yeah, so 7 might be a good one. Alright, recalling my drones. Now I'm going to jump to 7. Once my drones get back, there we go. Let's check out 7.
Warp drive active.
So 7's actually got several people. Oh, it's got NPC miners in here. Yeah, so 7's got NPC miners in here, though they do look like they're a little bigger. I don't know. And there's a rat. So let me take him out. Yeah, that's my thought, is I don't think that's right. I remember back in the day when it was illegal to have bots running. Though a lot of people still did it. And several people got banned for it. Now, CCP does it on a regular basis with all these NPC miners. So yeah, so it's kind of interesting because it's like, but yeah, so I'm in 7. I cleared the rat, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 NPC mining retrievers here. Yeah, kill them all. Kill the AI. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've heard you can attack them. I've heard it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do. But let me jump down to 8 and see what it says. Or no, so let's go to 1. So we're gonna go to 9.1. I'm gonna check out 9.1, see what it says. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Concord, especially here. Where Isaac. What's up, EIS? What's a hecate? Yeah, there is a hauler that comes back and forth. So he's probably the one you attack, not the actual retrievers. But T3 destroyer, okay. Alright, so looking at, yeah, it looks like 9.1's got bigger roids, so let's do 9.1. There is a rat here, or 2 rats here, but I'm gonna kill them now. So let's do 9.1. They look bigger. Stop that yawning. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Concord definitely shows up. Because they're considered law-abiding citizens, so... Response fleet at its side, yep. Alright, let's see what we got here. I was looking for Scordite. Let's see. There's a massive Scordite. Let's approach these guys. Alright, I forgot Yeah, no, they don't show up for rats that are mining because they're not law-abiding citizens. Only the law-abiding citizens. Alright. Maybe this is CCP's way of pissing off the miners and making them attack things in high sec. Probably. 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 Alright, let me find my fleet window. Let's jump the Falstaff. There we go. It is not Concord. It's a response fleet where they are strong. They make your ship light up fast as well. Oh, see, I thought it was actually Concord. I had attacked one. It's been a long time ago. And it was Concord that showed up. But maybe they switched it so it's their own fleet that shows up now. Well, that's weird. Why am I not getting any closer to that one? All right, stop. Compression's still not on. Four. Yeah, Concord definitely is fast at killing. All right, compression is on. All right, so now let me switch over to Craig and get him going. All right, so let's approach this guy. I had Tob move into the center of the belt. That makes sense. No worries. I appreciate it.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. Yeah, these are definitely larger roids, so yeah. I haven't run into any of those Marshall campers, but yeah, I've heard that. So EIS, how you doing tonight? $6 a.m. with me, so the night is over. There you go. So how are you doing this morning? Several of you are in different time zones. I have trouble keeping track of where everybody is. A strong box drop from the hauler and can hold various items such as faction module BPCs, faction drone BPC, permanent Empire faction skins for ore mining vessel industrial ships. The wrecks of T2 ships can be salvaged for T2 salvage materials, and ore metal scraps can be looted. It's your mom's birthday. There, that's a good point. Not important what you want today. Today's her day. So happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, Mom. She is queen today. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. Yeah, what she tells me to. Please say something with World of Tanks. so she likes World of Tanks. That's good. That's a pretty cool mom. I don't know too many moms that are into World of Tanks, so... But that's good. And with World of Tanks.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, that's a pretty good mom if she's into World of Tanks. Boom. World of Tanks. Well, there you go. There you go. You did not understand. She does not like me to play any of the computer games. See that? Yeah, that's what I was thinking more like. So, but you're gonna do what she tells you to do, even if she says play World of Tanks. You're hoping she says play World of Tanks. Yeah, that's my wife. On her day, it's definitely a non-computer day. It's usually like a shopping day, which I'd rather have my teeth pulled, to be honest, but it's her day, so I suffer in silence. Well, I try to suffer in silence. I'm not always totally silent about it. Women, yeah. Am I right? I know. I know. I don't know if you guys know Snide Dog and Lily. Lily and Cobra. They're a married couple that are gamers and streamers. And I thought, man, that's got to be awesome. But then again, I thought, think about it. If I had to share my computer with somebody, that might be worse. Not be able to play the games I want to play because, you know, I have a gigabyte internet, so that's probably not a problem. But like when I get to the Philippines, that's definitely going to be an issue. And if I had to share my internet, if only one of us could play at a time, that would be horrible. So, yeah, exactly. Not sure I'd want my girlfriend to play Eve. I mean, unless she had a sick kill board. There you go. Yeah, unless she was, PvP master. Right. Like, sicker on people. Right? That guy picked on me. Go get him. It's like a smartphone. It's a personal asset. Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that's what happens with Lily and Snide Dog, is they each have their own. But like I say, you still have to share the internet bandwidth. That would get, that would get old. Now, like I said, I have a gigabyte here, so that's not a problem. But yeah, if you're not as well off as I am with Google Fiber, kind of sharing your bandwidth, that would get old. My wife's idea of a game is she has this little coloring thing she does on her phone where she switches to the colors and then colors in the pictures and uses no bandwidth whatsoever. It's perfect. She gets very upset when I say that's not a game. Yeah. Well, and it's funny that you say that because she's asked, when we go to the Philippines, what's, we're in the process of packing our stuff into boxes and shipping it to the Philippines because it takes like 2 months to get there. And so we're in the process of getting all that kind of configured. And so I'm probably only going to have like 1 or 2 boxes where she's got like 30 boxes for her stuff. So, but she asked about my computer, and I'm like, no, the computer's going in a suitcase that I'm taking as a carry-on bag with me on the plane. She's like, really? I'm like, yes, definitely. I'm not trusting this to some ship in the middle of nowhere, and definitely not. And I'm not even trusting it to the cargo compartment in the airplane. This is going in carry-on. She's like, yeah. She's like, what about your clothes? That's what we'll ship my clothes in the boxes. That way they'll already be there when I get there. Computer's way more important than clothes. Like, no, I probably won't take both monitors because I've got 2 widescreen monitors. Just awesome. Super wide monitors. I said I probably won't take both monitors in my carry-on luggage, but I'll have at least one of them. I'm like, yeah, no, sorry, that's not, the computer's going with me. And I'm going to have it either under my seat or right above me the whole time so that I know where it's at all times so nobody's getting anywhere near it, No. Nobody at the airport's touching it, Shoes optional, yep, that's it, right. I got the clothes on that I'm wearing. They won't let me go to the airport without clothes. So, but yeah, no, definitely going with me. She was like, that's crazy. No, it's not. Unfortunately, I have a pretty big tower, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get it into a carry-on, but we'll figure a way. So, yeah, exactly. But yeah, she just doesn't understand. Doesn't understand, and that's okay. I mean, her stuff. She's got bags and shoes and clothes. That's what's important to her, and that's fine. Take what's important to you. This is what's important to me. Hiking is the word. Yep. not a whole lot of hiking in the Philippines, unfortunately. So, well, like, I mean, normal everyday, you know, getting around, but yeah, yeah. And she will. Yeah, so yeah, I'll probably have a laptop. So I'll have a laptop bag, and then I'll have a carry-on with my tower in it, and I'll probably have one of the monitors in the laptop bag. Though I don't know if it'll fit. Laptop bags are getting pretty small. But that'll be my, you know, that'll be my two. No spare, no spare clothes or any of that stuff. Nah, unless I wrap it around the monitor so that, you know, keep it from getting busted. But even then, like I said, I'm gonna take it with me, so I know I have control of it the whole time. So ain't gonna be, you know, getting thrown around. But yeah, she's just shaking her head. I'm like, don't shake your head. That's the deal. But yeah, she does. She likes big bags. She likes big butts. Cannot lie. She likes big bags, and so that comes in very handy, especially in missions such as this where I don't have any room in my bags. So hey, put my wallet over there. Put my passport over there. Put my. I'm also a cargo pants kind of guy, so I'll probably have cargo pants on, which will give me a whole bunch of pockets, so that'll work too. But that's always a bear at the airport because then you got to take everything out of your pockets.
The asteroid is depleted.
My goodness gracious. I thought these were bigger, but they're disappearing faster than anything else. My Hulk almost filled up again. Alright, you're still good. But yeah. I'm trying now to determine if I'm going to buy the Starlink ahead of time and send it over early. Big doesn't mean dense. I learned that back in the day with Veldsport. Yeah, exactly. Well, but you can see here, they are pretty big. Most of these are really big. But they're still disappearing just as fast as the other ones did. Now, it looks like I'm targeting the Scordite, and they look like they're the smaller ones. But yeah. Life-wise, I was in a plane just 4 times. That's it? My goodness. Well, that's impressive. I think I've been in plane more than 4 times this year. Wow. That's awesome. This has been a bad year, but I had some funerals I had to fly to, so. Yep. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned to you guys, but you're welcome to join us. Of course, I don't know how much longer we're going to be here, but yeah. See, here in America, the train is actually, it takes 3 times as long as the airplane and costs twice as much. So, and I'm more of a, my wife says it, a cheap bastard. So, I don't like to fly. I don't like to pay for flying. But when it comes to the train, flying is cheaper and faster. And so I always do that. But the train's definitely a nicer ride. I wanted to always take her. So we're in the middle of the country here in Kansas City. And yes, it kind of is. And I always wanted to take her on a train when we went back. So all my family's on the East Coast. And we used to go back quite often before my parents passed. And I always wanted to take her by train, but it was just super expensive. And literally took a week to get there. Yeah. Well, it's weird because it's an 18-hour drive to where my parents were where they lived before they passed. And so yeah, a day driving. I can fly it, I think, in like 2 or 3 hours, counting the time on either end and the rental car. You're talking 4 or 5 hours. But yeah, the train literally it takes like a week. And it was just like, okay, this isn't... It just doesn't seem... And like I said, it cost twice as much. So it was just ridiculous, so... Yep. And actually, all over Europe, the train is very popular. In Japan, when we were in Japan, the train was very popular there as well. Very consistent. So, yeah. So that makes sense. Ads are getting ready to start, sorry. But yeah, it makes a big difference, so. Yeah, so here in America, a lot of times I'll drive just because it's cheaper, especially if you got multiple people going. If it's just me, then normally I'll spend as much in gas as I would probably spend in airfare. And so there it's kind of a wash. Usually you got to get a rental car at the other end, and so that adds on. So, and I always prefer to have my own car. But yeah, the if more than one person's going, yeah, driving's definitely more cost effective. So, in U.S. I would have a small plane. Yep, I was actually at one point I was getting my pilot's license for that very reason. But then. When we decided we were going to retire earlier and head to the Philippines, it kind of went by the wayside. So, yeah, small plane, that was my plan. But I couldn't take the small plane with me to the Philippines, so. But it would be nice to have my license so that I'd have it there, so. Sorry, ads are on.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, I'm sure you probably will be able to. I'll have a VPN, and it's all through Twitch. So if you can get to Twitch now, you'll be able to get to it there. So for you guys, all that cares about is getting to Twitch. Doesn't care where I'm from. In my case, I may have to have a VPN in order to get to Twitch, which then severely limits my throughput, which is bad. But that's what I'll have to deal with in order to get to Twitch. Once I get to Twitch, then you guys, as long as you can get to Twitch now, you'll be able to get to Twitch then. So So my dad is a private pilot, had small single-engine Cessnas. Yep, all the way up twin-engine jet. I can assure you, flying your own plane is it's not cheaper. No, it's not. Because of the maintenance and everything else, it's definitely not cheaper. So, and I agree with that. It is more convenient, but it is definitely not cheaper. I will agree with that. My instructor had actually bought a plane when he was learning to fly, to learn to fly in the plane he bought, because it was cheaper than renting the plane from the flight school.
Asteroid is depleted.
And then he sold the plane for a profit after he got his license, and that worked out pretty good. But it was one of those special deals where he got that not everybody can get. Right timing type of thing. But yes, but even then it was the same thing with the maintenance and everything else. It's horrible. So yeah. Thanks for smashing my dream. Yeah. We weren't trying to smash your dream. We're just trying to make sure you had all the information. So yes. Yeah, and so that's the other one too. Like if I rent a plane from flight school or whatever and fly it and just fly it somewhere, fly somewhere for a funeral, for instance, because that's what I was flying for. I have to pay for it the whole time it's on the ground and it's not being rented to somebody else, even though I'm not flying it, which is kind of ridiculous. But it makes sense because normally they rent it and they get paid for that time. So I had to rent it for that time. So if I was gone 3 days, I had to pay for it for 3 days, which made it definitely not cost effective. Because it's like, yeah, $300 an hour. So, but yeah, it was kind of interesting. And then you usually have to pay storage, whatever airport you're at. Can't fly into any of the bigger airports. You got to fly into smaller airports. And yes, the plane itself doesn't cost that much. But the maintenance and the insurance and the storage, those are ongoing costs that kill most private pilots. In fact, what most of them do is they'll get into a group. There's a name for it, but they'll get into a group that will own the plane, like a timeshare type of thing, and they'll own the plane together as a group so they can split those costs up, since you're not flying it 24/7 anyway. So, but yeah, it's quite, the whole thing is quite interesting. Quite interesting. Big business. Yes, kind of like that. Kind of like, yeah, we call it a timeshare here, but yeah. So you would get into like a conglomerate where you would all kind of buy the plane together, have it owned by like a trust or something along those lines, and then have the trust pay, and everybody would contribute so much per year based on what the maintenance costs were and the storage costs, because you got to store it in a hangar, you got to pay for that. What the insurance cost is, because heaven forbid, a hurricane comes through and destroys the airport, you got to have the plane insured. So yeah. I actually have a coworker who actually built his own plane. He's a private pilot, and he built his own plane, and that's been pretty interesting, kind of following him on Facebook as he builds that. But yes, that's usually the cheapest way to go. It still doesn't make it cheap, but it does save you in the long run, because you really can't fly the plane 24/7 anyway. So it's kind of better to have somebody else in the ownership with you, so you can spread the cost, because there's a lot of cost. And they constantly need maintenance. Every so many hours, the engine has been running. It has to be inspected, has to be maintained. So yeah, there's a lot of maintenance. But yeah. So no, we weren't trying to destroy your dream. We were just trying to make sure you had all the information. Because yeah, that owning your own plane. But that's kind of where I was headed. Is so I thought if I got my license here, which would be better to learn here, then once I went to the Philippines, I could probably buy a plane where they probably don't have all those rules. But then again, it's probably not safe to fly if you're not following the maintenance schedule, you know. Most of the small plane crashes or accidents happen because somebody didn't follow the maintenance schedule. And so there was a TV thing. It was about some veterans that had a Catalina amphibious plane. They understand themselves headed to the Bahamas for the weekend. Yeah, see, that'd be nice. Yeah, mostly the private plane people are the ones that are independently wealthy. So have more money than they know what to do with.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, another one down. Yeah, some way you'll need to have cash for a plane. Yep, yep. Yeah, it is a very expensive hobby. Very expensive hobby. Small trains. There you go. Yeah, so we have that here for the buses. So each city has their own kind of bus thing where you buy what they call a monthly pass, and it allows you to ride all the buses that are under a certain dollar amount. And so I used to use that when I took the bus to downtown Kansas City. I used to live a lot further out. And I would take the bus to downtown Kansas City every day, and I used a monthly pass for that, and that was kind of nice. But yeah, that's nice. Like I said, in Europe, you guys do a lot more trains than we do here. Most of the trains here in America are mostly freight trains. We do have passenger trains, but they're not as prevalent as in Europe. We move a lot of cargo by train and by truck. As the American truck driver is a staple to our economy. So a lot of cargo is moved by trucks. So. But yeah, that's not so much with the train. The cargo is moved by trains, but not so much with the people. Like you said, it's more enthusiasts here in America that ride the trains. Yeah, so that's good. Yep. Yeah, a lot of cargo. The majority of our cargo is moved by truck. That was one of the reasons they created that American Trucker Simulation. So, which was a game on Steam that's been fairly popular. Yep, yep, yeah. Here in America, most of the products do not get where they need to go without a trucker involved. So yeah. Yep, there you go. That's it. That's it. And so yeah, Union Pacific, that's one of the large railroads here in America. So yep. So yeah, that's a good job. We have here in Kansas City, there's a big rail hub since we're center to the country. And we have a lot of engineers here that work. I got a lot of engineers in my church that and they make a really good living as a train engineer. I'm not sure exactly which company they work for, though, now that you mention it. But yes, they all love their job, too. They really do. They really do. And they get to travel all over, so. I thought about being a trucker at one point in time because you make a really good living. But I don't like the being away from home. There are some routes now that they're trying to promote that'll get you so you're back in your bed every night, but that's a lot of driving. So like here from Kansas City to St. Louis is about 4 hours, and they have several routes that they are looking for drivers to drive to St. Louis, so pick up a load in Kansas City, drive it to St. Louis, pick up a load in St. Louis, drive back to Kansas City. So 8 hours, give or take, with the unloading and loading. And but that's a lot of driving in a single day to accommodate. And nobody has any respect. None of the cars on the road have any respect for the truckers. So, yeah, my father talked about as well. He wanted to use it as an excuse to travel to new locations. Yep. Yeah, back when I was younger, probably the same as you guys, there was a show called BJ and the Bandit, and he was a truck driver and ran around with, I think, a chimpanzee, and that was my first job. First job I wanted as a kid was to be a truck driver. My dad was pretty upset. He's like, I was kind of hoping you'd have a family and continue my name, and I'm like, I was young. Why would I want to do that? But yeah. Then I grew up, everybody wants to be a fireman. Till they grew up and realize, hey, that's a hard job. They get killed. What is better on train than plane is? I have steel around me. It makes me feel safer. Yep. Well, it's steel on the plane, too. It's just a thinner steel. It's been stretched to make it much thinner and lighter. Actually, they still say to this day that planes are still safer than any automobile. Trains are very safe. You don't have a whole lot of train problems. But yeah, they say that planes are definitely one of the safest ways to go, especially compared to automobiles. Automobiles are still the number one killer here in America, so. Yeah, no worries, Marverick. I figured you did. I think it's only got one in it, so I was just keeping it open for in case I needed it. With the compression, I usually don't need it, but it's kind of nice to clean out the Hulk every once in a while. So, first time I was on a plane, I was investigating, and a woman on the neighbor's seat got nervous as I looked for every technical thing. Started panicking her. Yeah. It's always good to know how it works in case of emergency, because emergencies do happen. So it's always good to know. In the event of a water landing, my seat will become a flotation device, you know. What they don't tell you is very few water landings, aka water crashes. You don't have to worry about your flotation device. There you go. There you go.
Is defeated.
But yeah, they still say it's still the safest way to travel, so. Which makes sense. Cars are horribly dangerous, so. Car, 1 to 6 people, 1 driver. Plane, 120 people, 180 people, 1 pilot. Yep. Yep. Yeah, when there is an accident with a plane, everybody hears about it. There are car accidents and fatalities every day. Nobody hears about it anymore. Unless you're directly affected. But yeah, when there is a plane event, everybody hears about it. But yeah, keeps it interesting. An accident on planes is somehow final. Exactly. Like I said, like the water landing, you know, they tell you your seat will become a flotation device in the event of a water landing. There's really no such thing as a water landing. It's called a water crash. And very few of them are survivable. I think we had one here in America, and they made a movie about it because the guy, it was such a miraculous thing. They landed it on the river, on the Hudson, and he was drunk, which they found out later, and he still managed to land the plane on the Hudson, which they said probably he was one in probably 1,000 pilots that would have been able to keep those people from dying in that landing. So, yep, Sully, yep. But then they wanted to prosecute him because he was drunk. So, after he saved all those lives. So, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of interesting in those things because, yeah, they. Was a good movie. Yeah, Harrison Ford, or not Harrison Ford, Tom Hanks is really good actor. So, you're thinking of a different movie. So, yeah. Wild Storm. My dad was selling a plane to this guy the day of the closing, but before they actually closed, the guy decided to take the plane out without asking my dad. 2 other guys with him. They ended up crashing it. Oh my God. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. So which movie we thinking of, Caviar? Flight is a movie based on Alaska Airlines Flight 261, but not a true story. The movie portrays an alcohol pilot who saved most passengers. Crashing into it, blamed Alaska Airlines for the actual crash of Flight 261 due to poor maintenance. So it was in the courts for 2 years for insurance paid out. Yeah, because that was the thing. Since he wasn't flying it, they didn't want to pay it out. Insurance companies, they try to find as many ways to not pay as possible, which is a whole nother crime in itself. So, but yeah, no, there was one that actually, hey, what's up, milintarctrooper? But yeah, there was one about a guy who landed on the Hudson River, Caviar, and that's the one we're talking about. The pilot's last name was Sully. Can't think of his first name. It was played by Tom Hanks. Let me see if I can look it up. In the movie, they portrayed him as drunk. Said he had been drinking. I don't know about drunk, but. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually called Sully. Sully. Yeah. When he lands it on the Hudson River to save the pilot, some considered him a hero, while others considered him reckless because of his habit of drinking before flying. There was another movie the pilot was drunk. The actor who played Book of Eli. That's Denzel Washington. Is that the one you're thinking of? And yes, I do remember him being a pilot somewhere too, now that you mention it. Yeah, let me look that one up. I need to switch Twitch channel. There is most likely DJing out there right next to you. All the best. Maybe I'll check by later. Alrighty, IS. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, don't shoot the Autocynthians. They don't take kindly to being shot at. I almost did. That's why I said something. Every time I see rats jump in, I'm really quick to try and launch my drones, but only Kick can do that. Exactly. Yeah. Kick is the master. I've actually done it before. That's why we knew how to tell you how to get out of it. They will continue to hunt you down until you leave the system. You really don't take kindly to people shooting at them. I don't know why. They fly right by. Hey, here we are. We're red. Here we are. Shoot at us. There's one player in Minmatar space who specializes in killing autos. Really? That's awesome, because that's one I'd like to do. I have never been able to take one out. They, no matter what I'm flying, they take it out, so... I bet there's a YouTube video of someone finding those Scythians with a group. Yeah, you know what? I probably need to look it up, because you're probably right. And that would probably be enough to curb my, my curiosity on the subject, so I wouldn't have to worry about it again. Just to see it done. Yeah, because I'm sure somebody probably has. Takes a village, right? Now that's raising kids, so. There's a moth flying around in here. Now, I'm sure he'll probably get over here by the thing. They drop blue loot and some other stuff like the... Oh, this... Oh, really? See, I didn't realize that. Like I said, I've never even been able to damage them. Every single time I've attacked them, they've destroyed me before I was even able to damage them. Because they've got huge... They've got huge resists. So, love the raid. Thanks, Federation Frontline. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the raid. I'll give you a shout out. Appreciate the raiders being here. Appreciate you guys making my raid event go off. I love that event. I should have got that months ago. I got the moth. I am. We're actually just mining. Talking about Autocynthian Lancers, so... But yeah, we're just mining, doing some high-sec mining. We do a high-sec mining event, viewer mining event each Monday night. It's a little light tonight, but... Thanks for the follow. SawdethTernius, appreciate it. There you go. There you go. I appreciate it. If you raiders want to hit F5 to refresh or click on my name below the Twitch channel, that'll actually refresh you so you actually start getting counted towards the drops that I have on the channel now. So, and or you can stay in raider status. I think after about 20 minutes it times you out and it puts you in no status, so you won't get any credit. So, but yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for being here. But yeah, we're kind of a calm night tonight. We're just doing some high-sec mining, so. All right. Off to Vegas. Well, enjoy Vegas. Have a good trip. Be safe. There you go. I have been told that. I haven't been. But yeah, have a good, safe trip. I burnt my ship to near 10% hull trying to get a crazy can and a superior sleeper site I found. Yeah, they do it every year, Chaotic. Usually right around this time. So, the auto-synthians are taking off. I was like, what is that noise? Yeah, they do it every year. I had an auto-synthian scanning my ship. Yeah. Just check it out, see what I had in here, see if I had any contraband. My plague is laced with, you know, I can't think of one of the drugs in Eve at the moment. But yes, Chaotic, they do it every year, usually right around this time. Either the very beginning of October or end of September. So. And it's a big event, really big event. In fact, I think that was one of the reasons why they pushed the Crimson Harvest, was to try and coincide with that event. So, because I think Crimson Harvest was supposed to be a little later in the month, but they pushed it early in order to coincide with the event. It still goes over Halloween one way or the other, but watch out for Tyrannus if you do get something the drifters don't like. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think she was the one that I actually attacked. And they wiped me out really quick. So, there's been back and forth about them attacking people with corpses in their ships. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, see, I never carry around any corpses, so. But I have heard, I guess there's a lot of people keeping corpses now when they kill somebody. And so, yeah, I guess maybe that's it. Maybe they're looking for the corpses. That's kind of interesting. Kind of a nice little play that CCP's put in there. The corpse hunters. The corpse hunters. Add one corpse to the drifter ranks, I presume. Yep. Yeah, you're probably right. They probably, you know, reanimate it and add it to their ranks. Reanimate it. Drifters remind me of the Necrons from 40K. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those. Sweats if they reanimate him. Midland corpse. Run, run, run. Yep. My son plays the 40K stuff. I haven't ever played it. I'm dropping my mobile tractor. All right, you're good. You don't have to clear it with me first. Just go ahead. Anytime I have a can out there, it's just a convenience thing. Don't worry about it. Ooh, especially with the compression. Oh, the Uric High from Lord of the Rings. There you go. Okay, I do know those ones. Yep, yep, yep. And that's kind of the way I think of them too. Yep. More created than born. So yeah. They also have a Corpse Collector MTU. Really? I hadn't heard that one. I don't know that there'd ever be enough corpses anywhere that you would want to have to do that. But maybe if there was a big battle. I don't think we've had a big battle like that in a long time, so... Blood Raider mining barges running. Yep. Yeah, they've actually said several of those Crimson Harvest missions are really tough. I haven't done any of them yet. I also heard the network nodes are really tough too. You find a Crimson Harvest network node. Just need the correct fit and skills. Yep. Like everything else. Yeah. Yeah, somebody was mentioning a Hyperion last night. He's using a Hyperion, and that they managed to do him with a Hyperion with a good fit. That's my problem. That's probably the one thing that I hate worse than PvP and Eve is the fitting. There's just too many choices. Like, no matter which fitting I do, it's never going to be right. It's never going to be the best. So, my Gila runs almost 800 DPS and it's easy. Yep, that makes sense. Gila's a tier 2 though, so that makes sense. Compress. Oh, it's faction. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. It's a faction, not a tier 2. You're absolutely right. Yep. Yeah, so that's not as strong. It's definitely one of the stronger ones though. I haven't gotten a Gila yet, so yeah. That's the way a lot of those are. Hey, Kickin, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. 2 Blood Raider strongholds here. Yep. That'll keep you busy for a while. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. Get the hull, put on the standard modules so that you can actually do something with it, and then gradually update them as either you get the skills or the money or both. I was goofing around with the Loki for the Blood Raiders. Yeah, that'll work. Latest was upgrading the DDAs to Garistas as they were the cheapest faction DDA. Yep, yep. And they're good ones too. So helps that they're cheap and good. Sorry, the ads were going on, so sorry. Some of you guys might not have heard me. So yeah, so those, the DDAs, Garista DDAs are excellent. So do a really good job, and like you said, they're also cheap, so that helps. That's one of the bigger problems. Is some of those fits are super expensive. I looked at the list of faction with the same stats and then priced them, so the wallet said, "Yep, yep." Yeah, because you can spend a ton of money on fits. I haven't flown a Loki yet. That's one I need to build and fly. A lot of people talking about a Loki's being really good for different things, so one of the reasons we do these faction mining events, one of the reasons we do these viewer stream mining events is because I have a goal of building every non-capital ship in the game, at least one, and so need a ton of minerals for that. So far, I've built a bunch of them, but still got a ways to go. Kind of one of those possibly unattainable goals. But it'll keep me busy for a while.
The asteroid is depleted.
Chaotic. God damn, that system has a ton of systems attached to it. Yep. Not too bad. It's a high sec. It's a 06 system, so. But yeah, it's got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah. And yeah, if you want to hit Chaotic, if you want to hit F5 or click on my name under the Twitch channel, that'll take you out of the Raider status. You're still listed as a Raider, so. Not that that's a problem. I do have drops on my stream, though, so as a Raider, you will not be eligible for those. So the sooner you get into viewer status, the better. There you go. Yeah, it's really weird. It still had you listed as a Raider, so. Sometimes it does that. I don't know why. Sometimes you got to do it twice. Yeah, I know. I know. So yeah, so you didn't do anything there? Just cleared? So yeah, that's weird. That is weird. It heard us talking about it, so it said, hey, well, I better clear this since he's already hit F5. Now they're on to me. They're on to me. They know I'm not doing it. We were talking about the AI's lying earlier. And yeah, so we caught the AI in a lie, and it said, oh crap, hurry up and take him out of Raider status. They're on to us. They're on to us. Wow, there's a lot of ganking going on in Udema tonight. There's always a lot of ganking going on in Udema. Always. It's like gank central. And the gankers don't even care. Because they all lose their ships to Concord. And once Concord's there, their response time is like instantaneous. And they still gank over and over and over again. It's almost impossible to fly through that system anymore. Yeah, it's actually been, you're right, it's been quiet for a while, because I have flown through it a couple times in the past probably month. But Udema was the one. So several months ago when I first started streaming eveonline, I had some viewers lure me to Udema and gank me. So yeah. So yeah, watch yourself, because they got gate camp set up in there tonight. So really, wow, that's good. Yeah, if I have to go through, I go through in my blockade runner, and I usually don't have too many problems unless they're using smart bombs. But which they don't use too often in high sec, because that's still considered high sec. That's an 05 system, so make it 5 times. There you go. Have a run of 5 of each Galente cruisers except the Phobos, flying to start the BPC research. Yep, that's what I do. I do the invention, and actually Galente is the one. I think I have like 10,000 data cores for Galente. There's the last hiatus I took from Eve. I think I had all my research agents set to Galente Starship, and I was going like 8 years. And they just collected a ton of points. I actually started selling some of them just to try and get rid of them, because I've never used that many. I went through earlier today in a porpoise. Wow. See, that's brave. I think that I probably wouldn't be carrying anything to pay off all the lost ships. Yeah. Yeah, they would love to take out your porpoise. Yeah, that system, and so it borders Civila, and that one's always another one too. And Civila's an 06 system, and they seem to switch back and forth between the two to get Concord to go back and forth, so at least they get some response time, so they can then kill people and not have Concord already in the system with them. So, you know, I don't know that I can't see how it is. So I should revisit the PvP, probably get a ton of kills before I died. Yep. But yeah, I don't know how it is. I got ganked in my home systems on stream as well one night. These were all months ago. And at a combat site, and they ganked me, and Concord responded super quick. But I want to say there's somewhere between 8 and 10 of them, all in catalysts. They jumped me in my Myrmidon, and they killed me. They blew up the ship. They weren't able to pod me because Concord showed up and destroyed all their ships. And I was able to come back, loot my ship, loot all of their ships, salvage my ship, and salvage all like 8 or 9 of their ships. And I made money on the deal. I mean, I had more than enough to pay for a new Myrmidon, all my fitting, and extra. But they got the kill, and that's all they cared about. Because they were actually bragging about it in local. And I was like, you guys actually made me money, you know. Come on back. Let's do it again, you know. But yeah, it was really weird. But they were super excited. Of course, they also did it on my stream, so those are the kind of kills they want on stream, so that they can add them to their video array, which they seem to really enjoy. But they were upset that I didn't blow a gasket because they had ganked me. I guess that's the other one that they wanted, was they like people who get carried away and scream and holler and swear, and I didn't get all upset about it, especially since I made money on the deal. So yeah, it was kind of like,
The asteroid is depleted.
it's like you guys actually didn't really do me a favor, but it's the first time I think I'd ever got killed and made money out of it. So yeah, so that was a little different. But yeah. But yeah, that was a night where, like I said, Concord showed up. Hey, what's up, Nightshade? That was a night Concord showed up super fast. Because I had a tank on my mirror, and I was tanking them. Like you said, Catalyst, they do some serious damage. But I was tanking them, and I didn't tank them long, but I probably got, probably somewhere around 20 to 30 seconds, which is way longer than I normally do. And Concord was there before they had destroyed me, because they started taking them out before they killed me. Which is why they didn't get the loot or anything. But yeah, it was like record response time from Concord that night, so. But Nightshade, thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate you being here. And 718 GPS is random. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, it's got 7 guns, 7 turns. So I mean, you really can't beat that. So. 8 blasters. Yep. Yep. So yeah, you really can't beat that. So. Yep. Yeah, you definitely could. And that's what they're doing. I mean, they're just generating a ton of DPS. And then they've got like 8 to 10 of them. So you're by yourself, there's not a whole lot you can do. So. And they know they're going to get killed by Concord. The key is to try and kill you and loot you before. Suicide ganking. So. But yeah, I don't see how it can be profitable. Even with the cost, you're building your own catalysts, which don't really. When you build them yourself, they don't cost that much. You buy them off the market, they're super expensive. But. Yep. But yeah, it was interesting because yeah, that night I made money. So between the salvage and the loot, I was able to get a new mirror, get it refitted, and I had money left over. So it can.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, it can. So you're right. If they loot it before they die, they can. But a lot of times they try to loot it and then try to get away. So Catalyst is super fast with getting to the gates. And so.
The asteroid.
But yeah, I agree. I agree, KiShodan. Same thing. If you choose the right targets, you can definitely make money on it. So. I think a lot of times they don't bother. They just choose for the kills, because they really don't care about the money. All they care about is the kills. So Yeah. It's just for the lulz ganking a streamer. Yep, that's true. Nope. And to be able to get it and put it into their video array. So that was, like I said, they were really excited about that. Because they were able to get the clip and add it to their video array, which they were super excited about. But yeah, like I said, I didn't lose implants. I didn't lose anything. Most times I fly around with no implants anyway. But yeah, I didn't get potted. So as far as I was concerned, wasn't a big deal. So 9 billion, 11 billion, 12 billion. Yeah, but they're not getting that money. That's just what it's billable. So yeah. Yeah, that's what the losses are. So they're not getting that money. So MD Vet, thanks for the follow. But yeah, zomdy, the way they'll try to get away, and if they get away, that's better. Because the Catalyst does have a chance to get away, especially if Concord's focusing on, they bring in 8 to 10, Concord's focusing on the other ones, they may get away. But very rarely do they. And a lot of times they do pick up the loot later, like somebody else mentioned with one of their alts. But yep. They get lots of that money when a blockade runner costs 2 million and we have 90% drop rate. So yep, yeah, and that's true. Right now with the Crimson Harvest, you're right. It'll probably make ganking go up quite a bit because of the 90% loot rate. But once again, they got to get it. So like in the example I gave, they never got the loot. I got it. So yeah, so Concord, once Concord came in, they camped out and they were never able to get back in. Which, like you said, was kind of strange because you would have expected them to have an alt. It's not part of their corp, wasn't engaged in the attack so that they can pick up the loot, but they didn't even have that. All they cared about was the kill. And so it worked out for them. They got what they wanted. I got I made money on the deal, so I was good. But it was just kind of strange because I thought, I don't know that I would be inspired just for the kill, but I guess you got to find what inspires you, right? So 20 sees what that was person thinking. Yep. But I'm currently working on 24 days for Algos, 22 days Atron, 13 days for Navigus, yep. Cursus Imicus, yep. 9 days for the Vexor Thorax, yep. And you get your loot, your Rex back from Concord. Normally they do, so they probably just wanted to kill you because you had a streamer. Yep, and I think that's what it was. They got the clip, and they said that in local. They were like, yeah, we got the clip, and so... And so that way they can add it, because I think I did. I went out and found on YouTube, one of them had like this whole video montage of all their kills. And so they really like the clips from the streamers, because that way they have it, because they're not streaming most times. But yeah, so that way they can get the clips, so... When is it brand new? I tried streaming this game and died super early from high-sec gankers and a random like 2 million destroyer just because I was streaming. Yeah. I always wondered about that. And honestly, I have, you can see in there now, I have some of the things blocked, but it really doesn't keep you from figuring out where I'm at. And I always tell people where I'm at. So yeah, it was kind of weird, But it was weird. Probably the first month or two, I had problems with people coming into the stream and wanting to gank me. And then once I caught on to what they were doing, I didn't have any more problems with it. It was like once I figured out what they were doing, it wasn't a challenge for them anymore, so they didn't want to do it. And I was like, okay. But yeah, it was really strange. Because, yeah, one of the first, like I said, one of the first days I was back when I used to play, Udema wasn't a gank central. And so they lured me to Udema, said, hey, there's some Kernite in Udema, go there. And yeah, I didn't even get to the belt before they killed me. It was that quick. I mean, I was in a venture, so it wasn't a big deal, but it was one of those. I wasn't completely stupid, but... And I didn't even realize that they had lured me there and killed me. I thought it was just random. And so it was kind of weird. It wasn't until later that night, after I'm laying down, I'm thinking, you know, that was a little too coincidental. And then it finally dawned on me that, hey. And then the one that actually was in my home system, that was another one there where a viewer was in and was asking me to help him with a combat site. And they were in the combat site waiting for me. So I figured out where you were without even trying. Yep. It does. It takes too much effort to hide it. It really does. So, yeah, it really does. It's just not worth it. Because if you want to find out, you're going to find out. Sorry, the ads are on, so you might not be able to hear me. Yeah, sorry, the ads were on. So actually, it probably wasn't the ads. That's probably the announcement that ads are coming. So sorry about that. But yeah, I don't know that the locator agents are that quick, but maybe. I haven't used one, but yeah. But yeah, and yeah, Caviar, that's the biggest problem is not having enough research slots to be able to do them all at once. So I've always got 4 or 5 research ones running, so we use them a lot and know when looking for enemies because we know where they undock. Yep. That was one that was actually suggested. We were talking about that. I don't know if it was last night or the night before. Must have been last night. But we were talking about that I have some PI in a wormhole system that my old corp used to have like 10 years ago. And I still have the PI set up there. And unfortunately, it's been running for so long that there's a ton of stuff there. And, now the ads are on. Yeah, so. Yep. I waved. Yeah, so it's up to 15 minutes to get a location. It's random. Yeah, that's what I wondered. That's what I wondered. I wasn't sure how fast it was. Not bad. Yeah, it was weird because, yeah, look at the pretty orca. Yep. But yeah, they came and one of the things they suggested was that I look at the kill board, find somebody who's living in the wormhole now that's been killing people that are exploring it or whatever, and then use a locator agent on that person. So when they leave, to come to high sec to pick up supplies or whatever, I can find them. So He's not going to do nothing. That's chaotic. Yeah. He was just checking us out. Sorry about that, Marverick. I should have let you know. He said he was gonna come through the system, so. Depends on level located. Level 4 agents can be quick. Okay, yeah, and that's what mine is. Mine's a level 4 agent. Sorry about that, Marverick. I should have said something.
Depleted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that makes sense. That they don't dock in the same system as the entrance, but that was a thing supposedly that said when I saw it online. Caroline A, thanks for the follow. When I saw it online, it said that it actually the locator agent will catch them just because they were in that system, not necessarily whether they docked or not. And so I didn't, like I said, I've never used a locator agent, so I wasn't sure if that was true or not. So, because that was one I always kind of wondered is what exactly are they locating? Do they have to dock in order to locate them? And if that's the case, you're right. They're probably not going to dock in that same system. So, especially if you know that's how locator agents work. So, but I turned the compressor off just in case. No worries. I should have said something. Yeah, he had mentioned that he was going to come by and say hello. So, but yeah, but that was what it suggested. And I thought, well, that sounds that sounds almost too easy, you know? But then I also looked, so I have the wormhole system because I still have the PI set up there. And there hasn't been a kill in the system for almost a month. So, and I think there were 3 kills over the last 2 months total. And they were all by 3 different people. So it was kind of like, yeah, I'm probably not going to find these guys anyway. So, yeah, so that's what I was wondering is if they found them only from docking or from warping. Because that's what they kind of implied was as soon as they come in the high sec, the locator agent will dock them in. And since, yeah, mine is a level 4 locator agent, then that might make it so that they would find them quicker. So, but yeah, it sounded almost too easy. So I was like, man, that sounds way too easy. All right. Okay, well, somebody's gone.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Yeah. So, yeah, so that's what I wasn't sure of. I had never used one. I thought it might be nice just to try it to see. But when I looked at the kill board, like I said, there's only been 3 kills in the system in the past 2 months. So somebody's living there, but they're obviously not actively tracking people down and killing them. So probably have to go about it a different way. Then there's a corporation that you can hire for 400 million, and they'll give you the link to your wormhole system, or the wormhole system you asked for. So I was trying to find a way to do it less than 400 million. Though I don't know, I got enough stuff in there that it probably wouldn't be a problem. I could pay for with all the. I've got a ton of PI in there. Most of my warehouses are full. My launch pads are full. In fact, I'm not even sure how I'm going to haul it all out, to be honest. These high-sec sites are such a pain in the ass to find. Yeah. There's so many people hunting them. I think that's why. I'm halfway done with the event. I just want to be done so I can stop looking for them and sell the... Yeah, there you go. Most should be finished after the first 2 weeks. Yeah, that's kind of what Chaotic was saying too. He'll probably be done after 2 weeks. So I haven't even started. So
The asteroid is depleted.
do me a favor, Chaotic, and if you can, link me that the fit you got on that Marauder. Oop, wrong one. So that when I do start doing them, at least I have a good fit to do them in. I want the Loki skin if I fly them quite a bit now. Yep. Thanks. Perfect. Thanks. Still be cap stable with an MWD? Wow, that's pretty awesome. Wow. Yeah, the Winter Nexus event was easy to do. Did it for the first time last year and used an endurance because it would zip back and forth for the turn in. That's good. They're good. Plus, you can hold 19 blocks, not that you need to. Yeah, that endurance is the only one that can actually hold them. Because those blocks are huge. It's always good to be able to hold a bunch of them. Just in case. Man, I'm late. Yeah, we're getting through this belt. Once we finish up this belt, I'll be done, Marvert. No problem, XD. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was thinking, yeah, I'm liable to have to deal with the wife getting up and getting upset with me, so, which is never a positive thing. So, I'm not working tomorrow, so I can sleep in. Of course, the dogs won't let me sleep in anyway, but
Is depleted.
I can try. They never let me sleep in. Yeah, mine hasn't. Mine has not. Refuses to come to terms with it. refuses to come to terms with it. And it's kind of funny because she'll wake herself up, get herself all upset, not be able to go back to sleep because she got herself so upset. And I'll come to bed and fall asleep in 2 seconds flat. I work afternoon and nights. She's used to me being up till 5, 7 a.m. and then passing out for the morning. Yep, that makes sense. That's shift work. I used to do that years and years ago, and yeah. I guess it's time to pass through Udema again. Good luck. Be careful. Worst that can happen is we die. Ship our ammo. Yep, I agree. I agree. There's always another one. Yep. Always another one. It was kind of funny. I thought I could lose my skins. So I hadn't put any skins on any ship. And someone told me the other day, it's like, no, they're yours forever. You don't have to worry about that. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to lose these skins. Like, well, had I known I couldn't lose them, then I would have put them on the ships. So, yeah. Hindsights. Yep. I tend to lose a few ships. That's one of the other reasons I build so much. Was I decided early on that I didn't want to buy from the market when I had to replace my stuff. So, I wanted to make sure I could replace it myself. Make it a little bit more affordable. I've never done industry stuff. I've done maybe 1 hour total mining. Really? Wow. Yeah. I enjoy the industry stuff. Especially the invention. I really like the invention. And building the T2 stuff after that. Kind of nice. I enjoy that. Rovendoug, what's up, buddy? I figured you were working, so I hadn't seen you in a couple days. I figured you were working. We're doing great. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here.
The asteroid is depleted.
They're starting to fall now. Glad I could get here for a tiny bit. Work hasn't stopped today, so I forgot about stream. Yep, no, it's all good. I actually am off tomorrow, so that's why we're streaming later. So, need to get a stream announcer in Discord. Yeah, there you go. I have a channel for that, but the template that I used for my Discord was not a good template, and I'm really wishing I'd used a different one. But now I've got so many things set up in there, I don't want to go back and start over. So I have an awful lot of channels that I can see that nobody else can see, and it doesn't tell me that. And so I just left null though, so gonna be weird not flying capital ships anymore. Yep. Yes, I do too. I'm also enjoying bailing capitals. Yep. Yeah, I haven't built the capitals yet. I mean, I think the Orca that I have was one we built, but that was way back with my corp, so. And back when we had our, you know, POS, but yeah, that's one that can get interesting. I think some of the capitals you can actually build in NPC stations now, right? I built a lot of Karens and Rias. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So in those cases, that might be nice. Because those are also good sellers. So make a lot of money off of one of those. So, but not the Rias. Okay. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. What does a Ria cost to make? Isquise, roughly. He's probably figuring it out, Chaotic. I know with all mine, I have a spreadsheet, but it the everything changes so much. I always have to plug in all the new numbers to get the true cost, so. Depends on how much you have to buy on the market. Most of the parts that I need, I personally build. Yep. And that's what I try to do too. That saves a lot. That saves a lot. I know they sell pretty well, like 9.8 bill, but I don't know if it costs like 8.5 to make or something like that. Yeah. But just a minute, I have the spreadsheet to use to figure it out. Yep, that's what I figured. That's what I always do is a spreadsheet too. I'm a spreadsheet animal. Just went in the gate in like 7 freighters at the same time. Yeah. Market skills, taxes, production, industry skills will affect the final cost. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's all relative.
The asteroid is depleted.
Gotta love jumping in with all of them. You know they're gonna leave my ship alone looking at all the freighters. Yep. That's exactly it. I love that too. Like they got so many other targets, they're gonna leave little old me alone. These ones all may have loot. Mine doesn't. Not gonna have loot. If you buy everything on the market, including minerals, the entire ship would cost you 8.2 billion. There you go. That's not too bad. Yep. Yep. Leaves room for profit. And that is a pretty good profit ratio. Almost 10%. Probably a little over 10%. Down in Delve because of the move up going on since they leave Delve. Yep. My buddy just bought a RIA for like 9.5 billion or something. ISEC moved it to Goons and listed it for 16 billion and it sold. Wow, that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, the only thing that I don't have enough of is the moon materials. Yep. All jump freighters are sold out down there. Yeah. Makes sense. Yep, can't beat that. Can't beat that. Yeah, see, I didn't even buy the formulas because I don't have the stuff, so. What's up, Kerrigons? Good to see ya. We're just doing some high-sec mining. Talking about all kinds of topics. All over the place. I'm going to web him down so he can warp faster for a fee. Yeah. Yeah. We try to do a high-sec mining event, viewer mining event for the stream every Monday night. So got a lot of industrials that watch the stream, so we try to keep them in their minerals. So keep them in their minerals. And I can definitely always use the minerals, so one day I'm going to anchor a structure just because, well, I want to own structure. Yep. Yep. There are a lot of, just for the fuel, it's a lot of work. I need to get into industry, just don't quite understand it yet beside the mining part. Yep. Industry's not bad. Yeah, industry's not bad. The blueprints usually run quite a bit. And then there's a lot of research time, and you got some skills in there that you got to do up. But yeah, it can be very profitable. I've made a good living doing it. Like I said, I actually started just building the ships that I flew and lost so that I could build them myself rather than pay for the outrageous market prices. And that worked out really well because I was able to build them for a discount for myself and then build extras that I sold for the outrageous market prices and made the profit. So yeah. Yeah, there you go. You can actually anchor stuff in high sec. You just have to have the licenses. They're not called licenses. They're called something else. It's some kind of permit, but you can get it from the loyalty store for the major factions like Caldari Navy. They sell them in the loyalty store. So we now have an insider. Just do Goon Swarm. Yep. That could be helpful. Except she's so busy with them. Yeah, exactly. You should. Because I'm sure they would probably love to buy them from you. Yeah, they'd probably love to buy them from you. Keep them in business. Yep. Yeah, it's one of those that actually now the new structures actually take quite a bit to take them out. So you actually need multiple pilots on to take them out. So I think as long as you don't piss anybody off, you're probably fine. But yeah, I think the licenses, the permits, whatever they call them, I can't remember the name. I have some of them from Caldari Navy, but they're good for 1 hour. So you got to have a ton of them. So you really got to.
The asteroid is
gotta work some loyalty points. So at least for high sec. In low sec and null sec, low sec, no sec, and wormhole space, you don't need any of that stuff. So. But yeah, that's one thing they did improve was the structures. It takes a lot to take them out now. So we got a few capital ships that I really need to sell. There you go. So yeah. Yeah, you may as well make some money off of them. Might as well make some money off of them. Might as well make some money off of them. We only got a couple asteroids left, so this is going to work out.
The asteroid is depleted.
And they're dropping like flies. Dropping like flies. Ads are going to start here in another half a minute, so... Man, it's been running a lot of ads tonight. I don't know why. But... Say lovey. I have no idea if I will ever be in a position to use my carrier for anything, especially here in high sec. You know, that's where I'm at with my Orca. I'm like, I should sell it, because I never use it. I've flown it, I don't know, 2 or 3 times, and I've just used it to move ships, to be honest. And so really, I probably should just sell it. I can make a ton of money off of it, so... Especially now that I have the porpoise. The porpoise is much more versatile, much more easy to move, so yeah, I probably should just sell my Orca. Yeah, I left Null and sold all my stuff. With bittersweet selling capital. It's always nice to say you have them, but when you have no use for them. Yep, that's where I'm at. So I'm over 100 days until I can use compression. I have not wanted to mine. Yep. Yeah, mining without compression is a killer. Hey, KiShodan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, mining without compression is a thing. Mine is actually... ChaoticTots, thanks for the follow. Mine is, I just got to spend 150 million on the skill. I think I only have 5 minutes, like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I can do compression. But I just haven't wanted to spend 150 million on the skill. So we got enough people in the stream that all have orcas or porpoises or things, and that they enjoy doing it. So, and I always try to make it worth their while, fuel wise and everything. So saves me 150 million. I'll have to pay it sooner or later, but I'm just cheap. Started building battleships, so I'd have battleships, and they all required these special components that they never required before, which hacked me off. And those, yeah, those components use PI stuff, and those were 150 million each. It requires 3 of them, so 2 of them were 150 million each. The third one was 300 million. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just buy the component. Not gonna bother. 300 million for a BP. But yeah, it's been interesting. So I'm the opposite. Spend too much money. Yeah, I do too. I'm cheap, but I still spend way too much. But I got to get out of my null brain. Used to making 400, 600 million an hour constantly. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never made that much. So. But that's nice being able to make that kind of money. Oh my goodness. See, I don't know how these are disappearing and I'm not being notified. Just not paying attention, I guess. Alright, this one's almost done. I'd be lucky to make 50 million an hour. Yeah, same here. Same here. But then again, I'm really new. 3 months old. Yep. 50 million is great for 3 months old. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Difference comes cost of ships. Yep. 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 And that's exactly it. Yeah, when you're making that kind of money, you're not sweating running the higher end ships, the tier 3s, because you got the money to replace them.
The asteroid is depleted.
I own a Tengu. I hate flying it because it's just so expensive. The hull's not so much, but all the add-on components are what really makes it expensive. And so, yeah, so that's one where I'm always like, yeah. Right now, my favorite ship is the Navy Drake. Yep, that's a good one. Yep. And he makes me pretty good money. Yep. You get up and start doing level 4s in that thing, that'll make you really good money. So that's a solid ship. That's a solid ship. A lot of mission running in that baby. Yep, yep. I think we all flew one for a while. That's a kind of a bread and butter ship, you know? Curious how the alligator would do mission running. Yeah, I think it would do all right. Depends on the fit. There's a fit for everything. That's, like I said, that's the one thing I hate about Eve. I shouldn't say I hate. That's the one thing I'm not fond of about Eve, is the fits. Because there's just so many choices. Way too many choices. It's like way too many. And I always know that no matter what mine is, it's not going to be the best. Super tanky and solid DPS, good application with the medium drones rockets. Yep. Yeah, I'd be a good mission runner. I'm curious who came up with the name alligator. Man. I might look into mission running again just to do something different. One thing I've learned recently after years of playing is I'm not chasing the ISK anymore. Yeah, you can't. You really can't. You really got to do what you enjoy. And that's one of the things that I like is Eve has so many different choices that if you get bored with one thing, you can switch to something else. It's really easy to do that. So yeah, that's the nice part about it. That's what's always brought me back. So most times when I left, it was because CCP made some knee-jerk reaction to something and screwed something up that really screwed me over, and that was why I left. But I've always come back because it still is one of the better games on the market, even with the gankers. Because now they're kind of catering to the gankers with this Crimson Harvest 90% drop thing.
The asteroid is depleted.
But even then, it's still one of the best games on the market. So, graphic-wise too. It's just, that's why I've told several of my viewers, it's graphic-wise, I mean, it's been graphic-wise 20 years. So, yeah. And I'm with you, Kerrigon. I'm the same way. I'm real ISK low at the moment, lower than I've ever been, because I've been buying supplies for my industry. And I really need to sell some stuff to try and get some of it back. I like to be right at $1 billion cash, so I have it in case I need it. And I'm nowhere near that. I'm at a quarter of that. So she's really making me worried. So it's happened something bad? No. No, we were just talking about different things about Eve and not worrying about the ISK and mission running, and we've been talking about everything. So yeah. So where'd that come from? Thanks, Chaotic. You didn't need to do that, but thank you.
The asteroid is depleted.
I'll end up doing a raffle and giving away here in one of the streams, so that way it goes to good use. So, but thank you for that. But yeah, I can always make it back, so. One of my best sellers is the Pro Raider, the blockade runner. Can't remember. I think it's Amar, and there's an Orcus Bear. I made my first. Yeah, hell yeah, that's amazing. Congrats. So first billion. Yep. That's always that's a good accomplishment, Kerrigan. You gotta love that. So there is an Orcus Bear. So yep.
The asteroid is depleted.
But yeah, the what was I saying now? I completely lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Oh, the Pro Raider. So yeah, so that's one of my best sellers. And so I sell them for about 140, and I think I build them for somewhere between 80 and 100, depending on material cost. And since I mine most of it's free. So I am not. I'm actually, my home sector is in Venoland, which is near Jita. So right now we're near Dodixie. Yes. So yeah. But yeah, the Pro Raider is my favorite ship. So that's the one that I always enjoy flying. That's the one I can break through gate camps with that baby. Unless they're using smart bombs, which they're not using in high sec. So, but yeah, I love that ship. Just wish I could get a little bit more cargo space out of it. But I've got mine maxed out about 12K, 14K, something like that. So, all right, I think we're on the last one. I'm sure Kerrigon's already done, so let me go ahead and compress his up. But yeah, the Pro Raider's my favorite ship. I love that ship. Love that ship. So, excellent job, Marverick. I'll sit here and watch your back while you cycle things down. I've got everything compressed, so you're good. Yep. Yeah, and that's what I use it for, is for blueprints, that kind of stuff, any kind of small hauls. It still hauls quite a bit. I can even haul a couple ships as long as they're packaged, so. But yep. But yeah, now I'm doing a lot of ore hauling, which is, it doesn't work for that, so. Oh, that's a nice one. Let me save that one. Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. I like those super fast ships. That's one of the reasons I love the Pro Raider, so. Yeah, the Prowler's nice too, yep. But yeah, I love the blockade runners. Love the blockade runners. That was the nicest ship they created, so. That was the nicest ship they created. That was one of the other times they won me back, was with the blockade runners. Came back just for that. So, but yeah, that's been my favorite ship. But yeah, I'll have to check that one out, because that would be great, Chaotic, for like you said, running blueprints and stuff. I love that. That's one of the things that, like I said, I like about the Pro Raider is that thing. It catches those gates real quick. I think we were telling these guys, I think I did 40 jumps one night in like 20 minutes. It was pretty amazing. Like a new record. So. Yep. Yeah, see, the smart bombs are my only. Yeah, with the blockade runner, the smart bombs are my only weakness, and so. But yeah, I love avoiding those camps, being able to break through those camps. That's just awesome. But yeah, it's pretty funny though, because I've lost several of them. Usually, I haven't lost any of them at gate camps. Actually, that's not true. I have lost one, at least one at a gate camp with smart bombs, but I haven't lost any. Don't usually lose them at the regular gate camps, but I've lost them in other places, and so it's kind of funny. Places they probably shouldn't have been used. Yeah, exactly. All right, Margaret. Whenever you get going, I'll wait here so that I don't have to. So that I got your back, so at least you get out of here, because you don't really align that fast in that Orca. It's like a 10-minute align, right? I can see it's already spinning up. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Let's see who we're going to raid. We need to raid somebody good. Raid somebody good. Man, we got a ton of people in here. Let's raid somebody good. No, thank you. Hey, are you going to the station? Let me meet you there. I'll give you some more. Pay for the fuel. So, Switch Hit Games. Yeah, let me see who's out there. Yeah, Switch Hit Games is out there. I don't think I've ever rated him. XD's out there. XD doesn't have a whole lot of people. I give him. It's up to you guys. I'll leave it up to you guys. XD or Switch Hit Games. So, wanted to give you an orca. See a nice time with you here. Yep, nope. I have an orca. So, yeah, don't need you to give me one. But thank you for the offer. So, and we had an orca that was actually working here too. So, yeah, we had our compression and everything here. So, we were in good shape. I'm actually spoiled. I don't do much mining anymore without compression because it's just gotten too used to it. So, but no, thank you. All right, so we got one for switch hit. You've been following XD. Okay, we got one for each. I need a tiebreaker. Next vote wins. Yeah, XD. All right. Thanks, Rovendoug. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get the raid set up for XD. What was I going to ask you? Oh, Marverick, which ore you want? I got everything we had in those belts, so let me know which one you want. I'll give you whatever I have for that ore. So let me put it all together with... Plague, no problem. I got Kragan coming in, so let me get him all set up. I'm going to trade him. Let's just take what he's got. And what he's got here. All right. Oop. We missed one. Is there a limit on how much you can put in there? Maybe there is. That's weird. All right. Let's try this again. Yeah, it seems there's a limit. I should have checked to make sure I got it all. Yep, it looks like I got it all. All right. You want it to go to Dobbs, right? All right. There's, and there's. There you go. Enjoy. You sure that's enough? Intel Vacamia from the MR side is safe. Okay, thanks. All right, no problem, Marverick. Appreciate it. Thanks for the boost. Really appreciate it. I'm going to get this raid set up for XD. XD8859. XD. Oop. All right, so thanks for watching. Tomorrow is bowling night, so I will be starting an hour later, so 10:30 Central. So, hour later than I started tonight, but I will see you guys then. And you guys have a great rest of your night and tomorrow. No problem. Thanks, Marverick. Thanks, Rovendoug. Thanks, Jerry Can. You guys all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. HR Held, thanks for the follow. Thanks, EIS. Reached our follower goal. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. All right, let's do this raid. Let me jump in there first. Bruce, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm going to raid XD now. Here we go. EIS is German for ice. No problem. Thanks again, Bruce.